Excuse me. All right, we're back. We're back. Continuing our work on this pony character here. What we're going to focus on now is just finishing up the textures, anything I missed texture-wise, and then adding little details. I think we'll basically be done today with 95% of everything. Hello, Orokosh Grow Gash. Welcome back. Hello. Or I'm saying, no worries at all. I could be the last person to judge. But welcome, welcome. How's your day going? Call me Oro. All good. Well, welcome back, Oro. Been a busy one? Well, that's good. Good or bad? Hopefully good. Feels like every day I work goes a little bit faster these days. Can't tell if I enjoy that or dislike that. All right, so we're gonna make a texture. This will be our base color. So we're gonna do, we're skinning something? Yes, yes we are. We're going to be kind of torn on how I wanted to model this, but this will work. We've already unwrapped this character here and begun the texturing process, and the character is in Unity. So we pretty much did the hair, clothing, and body, or at least the majority of it. Now we're going to be focusing on getting the tail textured. Missed it last time, definitely need to watch / take notes. It's kind of an odd one. I made a whole system for hair baking that I'll probably sell. But yeah, here's how she's looking right now. Still a little bit more tweaking to do, but I think she's coming out pretty well. Oh, she has wings too, which I have yet to. So, be throwing those together in a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. What we're going to do is we'll make a tiling texture. Hello, Arctic. Welcome back. Misty unwrapping next time. Should all be recorded pretty much over the last few days. I've worked on a few different avatars, including this one, but all my videos are on YouTube. So if you're ever looking to kind of review a specific avatar, you can always head over there. I like to review them myself sometimes, or if I need to make like a clip or something. Absolutely, absolutely. My pleasure. Oh, we got a little clip in right there. Hello, hello. I'm also doing eye texture. And welcome back, Popstar. Hello. Okay, so what we're going to focus on right now is the tail. We're going to make a tiling texture in Instamat. So we're going to have a repeating pattern of scales and then a repeating pattern of kind of that like underbelly. And that's what we're gonna make. So we'll start with with a circle. It's going to be quite similar to a tiling pattern we made the other day. Let's keep these as black and white for right now. We're going to slap that into tile. Scatter, I believe. And so what we want to do is take out the variation in a few spots. So we will probably add that back. And then we would like to actually go back another step. We're going to create a blend right here. We're going to take our opacity mask, dump it right there. Then let's change our color like that. That way we have background transparency, very important. Managed to make things grabbable, so yay, but my fizz bones are not working on my torch flame. That's pretty cool. At least it's grabbable. I don't think fizz bones work in world. You would have to use, you can still use the dynamic bones add-on though, if you have that for world stuff. And then we're going to take this, we're going to do an edge detection, set it to invert, drop it right there. So I want a little border on the edge here. Stroke. Yeah, that'll be a good start. Okay, make it blurred. I think we'll blur this one too. All right, so there we go. We got some scales now. We would like to go bigger. More! Ooh, that's kind of cool. There should be an option. Here we go. Like that. Do I rotate this? I kind of see like I think it's got a direction. I guess I could transform this. Probably 45 degrees. Nope, less than that. Half that probably. To 22.5. That doesn't look quite right. There's something a little different about this. Try rotating it. Never seen this side of, what is this tool? This is Instamat, which is a free substance painter / designer alternative. So I was trying to use it for a while to kind of replace Substance Painter entirely. I don't think it's quite there yet, but when it comes to texturing like this stuff, definitely can recommend it. I'm gonna reroute here. Wow. Wow. Yeah, no rush. I mean, if you're doing stuff like this, it's good. Transform right here. What we're going to do is just kind of squish it. I'm feeling lazy. Do something like that. And I would like to tell it to lay out. Something like that. Oh, right, of course. I just need to offset it. Duh. I think this one. Or, pattern. No, that's fine. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. And let's turn up the amount. Let's say 8 by 8. Okay, so here's the start of our scales. So let's go ahead and export this into here. We'll turn up the resolution a little. We'll do 1024. Might as well do 2048 because it's gonna Unity's gonna import it at 2048 either way, and then I have to tell it to be 1024, but we'll do that in a second. Okay. Here I can take the texture and drop it right there, and we got a nice tiling texture that repeats. Cool. Let's So I can layer multiple materials. So I think I'll actually do two. We'll have the scales be its own thing, which we can tile up like that. Let's say 4 by 4. So we get these nice crispy scales. And then we'll do, through an RGBA color mask, we're going to create the bottom scales as well. And those will be kind of their own thing. Yeah. So that will be we'll call this tail small scales. And then we'll make a new graph, which will be tail under scales. And we'll also want a element image output. This will be a little bit simpler. We're going to use a rounded box to start. And then we're also going to tile this. But in our tiling here, we really just want one. But one by, how did I do that? I want to create a bunch on top of each other. So yeah, it'd be actually, yeah, 1 by, let's say, 8. But then we go to the size, and we should be able to no, that's wrong. Okay. I guess we always need tile scatter if we want to overlap stuff. Because I guess scattering implies that we are setting them on top rather than I don't know, that's just a guess, but how can I keep the tile the same? Oh. Got it. And then we would like to change the size, lock it. What we want is quite a bit bigger, let's say 4. We want the orientation to have 0 variation, position to have 0 variation. Okay. Good. Okay, so that's a start. Now, I'm going to take this and do edge detection. This really could be grayscale. Okay, and then we'll put this into a blend. And this goes into the opacity mask, and this can go there. So this looks crunchy because we have these. But if we go in here and change that down, 0 opacity. That should output one with a transparent background. But it doesn't want to stay transparent. Interesting. And that's what I just did on this one. I guess we do have to convert it to a color blend. Okay. So this goes here. And I really should have just copied the whole graph, but I'm a little stubborn. Back into nodes, we never leave the nodes. Now that you know of the node, too late. The nodes have power over you. They're hungry for blood. All right, so let's go ahead and export this into, we'll do under scales, save. Doesn't want to export, I don't know why. Ah. So I didn't have an output defined. There was nothing to output. Okay. We go back here, and then using RGBA color masking, we can simply enable this one, take the underscale, and deposit it right there, which is a little off. So we're going to offset it at 0.5 or 0.25, or not at all, because it's moving because I'm adjusting the wrong thing. We want to adjust this one, 0.5. It's a little too wide. So go back here and adjust that. All right. My voice cracked. And there we go. So now, instead of like most projects where we're baking the whole tail, this time we're going to be using a texture, tiling texture. So that way we get really nice and crispy details the whole way through. I think that's going to look really good. All right, so let's go here. Doesn't need to be that big. But I am going to blur the heck out of it. Maybe even bevel. Yeah, bevel's nice because we can get all the way to the center. Well, actually, I'll keep the edge detection for now. That might come in handy. But I think for this moment, got this looking pretty good. There's little belly shoots. And very good. Now let's add a reroute. Right here. So we're going to do some more tweaking. Thinking that we'll get a warp. I want to drop that right here. That. And I'm going to we'll use some sort of Voronoi, some sort of tiling texture. Give it some nice little wibble bobble. Do something really intense, but then turn down the intensity here. But we should get just some nice tweaks on those edges there, which I like. Then I'd also like an anisotropic blur. Tropic noise. That. And I think we'll blend that on over here. Ooh, no. I guess we'll blend it on right here. This goes in here, this goes in here. We'll do a multiply and then just kind of tweak that intensity. And this should go right there. Okay, so now we're starting to get some interesting little shapes and stuff. Turn up that softness right there. So kind of scale it up a little bit more. Yeah, scale it. And then I think we'll do a little bit of warping on this one as well. Maybe I'll warp. No, another warp. Ooh, fascinating. Fascinating. Use the same texture. I'm going to do a height to ambient occlusion. So this will give us kind of something that looks a little bit more organic. A little more natural. Maybe before we do that, we'll actually blend in some sort of noise. Those are kind of nice. Might be better than the anisotropic. But for now, we'll go with this. And we'll set this to maybe add some track so we get a bit of both. Let's try just multiply. Or, you know what? Take this one. This can go right here. And this can go here. We'll do that. Do that over. Maybe rotate it degrees. Get it to move with the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. A little strong. A little strong. That's pretty cool though. Save that file. All right, I think we're heading the right direction. Looking pretty cool already. Let's hop back to the other scales and tweak those. So just like the other scale, which I could probably copy over here from the other dragon, we would like something a little more pointed, a little sharper. So how are we going to do that? I don't know. I think we'll do a bevel. We'll take this, we'll get a bevel shape, see what we can do just by turning up that distance. And then maybe make it a little softer and then doing the levels. Something like this so we can get like a really, maybe not a super sharp scale. A little more like that. I'm going to drop that in here. I think it's a little thin. Looks cool though. And then a nice rounded edge there. We're actually gonna bevel it again. Get a nice rounded shape. And we'll blend it in. Bam. Bam. Ooh. Nice. Hello, PC Invasion 1. Welcome. Welcome. Maybe I transform it back. Kind of an odd thing to do, but I like how sharp it is there. I think that I'll just transform it again. How's streaming going? It is going well. We're in the process of making some scales for this character right here. I've already started work on a lot of these little bits and pieces. But right now we're making some scales. I think I'm just going to transform it back. Might be a little goofy. But I do think it'll work well because it gives us this sharper point now. And I'm all about that. All about that. That looks really good, actually. Wow, bevel's the way to go. Damn. Damn. All right. I would like a little bit of shadowing beneath these. I might add that later. For now, file, export. So we got to switch back to the other folder and then export. Oof. Is it named properly? Ah, it's because I changed the name, which makes sense. That's a lot darker than it seems like an Instamat. It is a lot darker. Why is it so much darker here? Something incorrect? Or does it get darker down this path here? This doesn't seem that dark here. I suppose the more you zoom out, the darker it seems. Okay, then let's add a gradient map right here. So we'll take this and add the output here. I guess we put the opacity mask there. Yeah, that's perfect. And then to make it lighter, I think I will start with this. I'm going to use this gradient tool to do a somewhat similar effect. That looks good. I kind of really like how much you can push the look of things in here. Safe. Yeah, absolutely. Still quite dark. I guess just don't really feel like the gradient in here. I'm gonna push it down even further, trying to get that that darkness out. Darkness. It's more versatile than Substance. Definitely than Substance Painter. Substance Designer, you can do some similar stuff, but I still think I prefer this. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. And then we're going to take our tile and we're going to add a new output. We're going to add another element image output, a normal map. And then we're going to create a reroute again. A lot of reroutes here. This will go here, and this one will go here. And then we'll take, and we'll say, to normal. Mesh height, height to normal. Height. Doesn't look that good. I wish I could create like an instanced copy. Convert to grayscale. I don't think that's what I want. Okay, we'll take this and do a gradient map and hit grayscale. And then put it there. I don't know why it's flipped like this. Oh, I deleted something. Height to normal. Like so. All right. This is not making as much of a difference as I expected. I was hoping it'd be a little bit more rounded. Convert to a dynamic map. I don't know. Ooh, world units. That doesn't really seem to help. Strength, kind of what we want. Not really what we want. Hello, Hazel Atos. Welcome. How you doing? I just popped my neck. Ooh. We're putting some of the final touches on this avatar right here. Really should not have popped my neck. No. Ooh. Ooh, that's good. It looks better. Better. A little too strong. Definitely heading the right direction. All right, let's add a ambient occlusion. Right. Now we don't have an ambient occlusion. Let's create one. That looks pretty good. Bias. All right. Making scales twice in 1 week. I've always found that when I do something, when I work on an avatar, I tend to work on multiple of the same type of avatar. I don't know how that happens, but it does seem to happen relatively often. Often? These do look really cool, though. Really, really cool. Whoa, that's wrong. Hmm. What did I break? Interesting. Something broke, but not 100% sure on what. It's to be here. Huh? Strange. Huh. Oh, they're all set to repeat. I guess the... Yeah, what just happened? I don't understand. That should not have happened. Not the RGBA. Ain't the shading. It's not the rim lights. What the fuck? What the fuck? It just stopped tiling all of a sudden. But all the scales here are set to repeat. Everything here repeats. Just gonna lock it in and unlock it. Maybe this. That's annoying. Hmm. Did I let me just make sure I've exported the latest version of this? Oops. Well, it does look like a mouse chimera with feathers and scales. Oh. Oh, crap. I accidentally exported the entire Blender project. It's going to take a little bit. Is it crashing? Sorry for your loss. Thank you. It might. It's possible. All right. Go back here really quick. I don't know why it suddenly changed. That feels like a bug. The question is, which part of it is buggy? Okay, let's just crash. Just close Blender. All right, here's the important part. Set name to selected objects. I don't want every single object. I want selected objects. There we go. All right, so it's not the mesh. It's something here. It's not the color masking. Oh, no, I do not want to. All right. Looking at everything that can possibly take a while to load. Okay. I guess we just reset it. I don't know what else to do. It's still broken. Interesting. Is it my UV map? My UV map tiles. I only have one UV map. It's clearly clipping. So I guess it has to be repeat. Repeat. All of these are set to repeat. Even this is set to repeat. Maybe let's say lamp. Repeat. Unity's lying to me. Okay, well then let's do that all together. clamp, repeat. All right, well now if we run into it again, we know what's going on. That is super silly though. All right. Is there a way for me to file them all together? We have to go one at a time. When it broke last time, I merged it and it broke. Okay. This time, okay. That looks pretty cool, in my opinion. I think that looks pretty freaking cool. All right, let's make a smoothness, or roughness in this case. We'll use this. Do another gradient map. If it wants to load. Just copy this one. Drop that right there. All right, so in roughness, 0 is as perfectly smooth as possible. So we kind of want to invert these. Which means we can now pack the smoothness in here as long as we tell it to be inverted. Now it should be a little less shiny in the crevices. Let's give it a little bit more variation. I go in here, push this way, probably get like a nice solid gray. Just a hint of extra shininess at the top. Or no, other way. That. Yeah, okay. Now it doesn't feel as overblown. Metallic wise, there really isn't any part of it that's not metallic. So I think we could just leave it at a full value. I might turn it down just a little. It's like all the maximum values for unmetallic to full metallic. Still feels a little weird, so I think we'll do like halfway. That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Yeah. Merge it one more time. Save. Freaking gorgeous. All right, let's turn these down to 1024, which does not decrease the quality at all, but we will tell it to compress at high quality. A noise. All right, and let's bring back our rim lighting. So for rim lighting, the first one, we prefer multiply. Make it dark. Mix the base color. And something right around there. And then for the other one, we invert, mix base color. Bring it out, turn down the harshness. Maybe the width a little bit lower. That'll just help it pop. You know, I'm kind of interested to see what an anisotropic texture looks like with this. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit. Can I go higher than that? No. Just gives it a very subtle glow. All right. Super, super cool. How many tries did you spend on that tail? Asking because I remember the lizard you did a bit ago and had such smooth movement. I thought it was mid 20K. This one is sub 3,000. I don't think I've gone 20K for, usually it's maximum would be like 5K. Let's go ahead and go back to Instamat. We're going to switch over to our under scale. And we're going to start working on that. We're going to make a normal. We're going to make an element image gray, which we'll set to something. Ambient occlusion, roughness, and metallic. Normal the curvature. Interesting. You drive a hard bargain. Actually, sorry, height to ambient occlusion is perfect. So that gives me the difference. Pretty good. Then this one be height to normal. Ooh, interesting. Just to see how that one comes out. And then roughness, we'll do a gradient map. Does not want to make a gradient map when I drag it out. It just stops. Just like, nah. All right. The white would be maximum roughness. Black would be smooth. I think we want to flip this. Something like that. All right. And then we're going to export these into this folder. Oh man, I really want to pop my neck so badly. Ooh, interesting. Okay, well that's wrong. Or that's not what we want right there. We'll have to include a mask. I don't need ambient occlusion. Oh. No, I do want to replace. The ambient occlusion's annoying because it does poke through a little. We see that pattern. That's not ideal. I don't quite know how I would get rid of that other than just turning off the ambient occlusion. Let's see. Shadow mask. That might be what I want. That's probably what I want. Okay. Come back to that in a little bit. Okay. Man, that looks fucking cool. So if we go back to Instamat here, on our normal, height to normal, what we want to do is add a blend. And we're just going to take this, drop it right there, and then use our tile scatter that we made. We would like to, I guess, extract. I want the alpha. I want the alpha. Like that, alpha to grayscale, and then this goes in here, and we're good to go. All right, perfect. Save, export again. Ooh. Oh, of course, the background here is an image unto itself. I don't want that. I just want it to be its own thing. Yeah. Okay, so now we got this crunchy, extra crunchy scale texture on the bottom. While we're figuring out the ambient occlusion, I am just going to see, oh, something else is coming through. Interesting. Let's actually create another element image gray, which I'm going to call mask. And we're going to actually take this whole mask and export it alongside everything else. Okay. Then that's what we're going to put in here. Okay, then that must be this down here. Something's still poking through. Annoying. But I suppose good to confirm that it's not that. So it's to be this. No, that. It's something. It's both of these. Let me revert. So it's something less that. It's the anisotropic. No. Not that. What could it be? Hmm. That's weird. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch things up a little bit. We're going to strip out the scaling that we have here, and we're going to put that into the RGBA color masking instead of the larger scales. So we're going to swap which is which, because I think that that's really the main issue right now. That and the tiling. I would prefer that my main texture just still be a normal tiling amount. It gets a little confusing, and it's a little tedious too to try to follow up on everything, making sure I tiled everything properly. So I want to undo that. So definitely was the reflection in specular then. I knew it was. I knew it was. I just didn't want to. Yeah, whatever. So this one, we're going to drop the there. Now, instead of tweaking everything in there, we are going to adjust the offset here because I'm lazy. Cool. All right, now we'll go to the matte cap, enable that. Matte cap, 111, moist. Oh, sorry, matte cap. I meant to say color masking. And we've already got that in there. So we'll go to R, enable it. So we invert this. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. Put that in there, and then we go ahead and start dropping these in there. because now when we adjust these, it's a lot easier to do so. There we go. Okay. I think whether it says it or not, it does actually want you to work that way. Which way? Really? We'll replace this one. Big gradient map. So that gives me a few more options. If I add the color here. I really wish it didn't default to just some stupid ass colors. Like, I know I'm gonna have to change the colors anyways, but I really am bugged that it's just like some garish random colors. Yep. Anyway, minor complaint. Looks a little intense, but I do think we're heading the right way now. Just added gravity to my items. I'm getting somewhere. That looks better. All right, that was pretty challenging, honestly. That was a lot of work. Okay, now let's do some other stuff. I'm gonna focus on the eyes for a little bit. We're still gonna use Instamat to make them because this kind of tiny detail work is better suited to something like this. So we'll call this eye. But thankfully, we only need one output. Well, actually, we'll need two. We'll need that, and then which is actually going to be the height. I could probably just name it. Okay. And guess what? We're going to start with a circle again. That. Just do a bit of this. A bit of that. Then for our height, one goes into a bevel. Maximum distance, very soft, right into there. And then we're going to do file, export for RGB color mask. Guess what? We're going to add another one, and this time it will be height. No. Now, for this though, we're going to do a new folder. We'll go into body and we'll make I. Select that folder, export to it, go into here, go into the body material, we're going to make a decal. Yes. The mask we can worry about later. We just want to get the body in there. And we will open up Substance really quick. I'm going to stand up. Oh. All right. I'm going to open up Alyssa body. We're going to create a mask. On the base body, we will set that mask to black. On the eye, we will set that mask to white, save, and export. Okay. I think the instrument has the potential to be a substance killer. We just need to unlock its potential. They are missing a few features, I would say. I don't disagree, though. I think in combination with the graphs and the painting, just all in one package, like kind of ready to go, it's extremely compelling. There's a few things, though, like how you're able to reference graphs or stacking your graphs into like a mask layer that are just a little difficult to work with. But it's getting there, that's for sure. It is definitely getting there. Why we have multiple textures on there? The mask we just made. Oh, I'm using the wrong mask. I need to use this mask. Okay. Forward. All right, so now things are set up. We can go back to Instamat. I'm sure when they update it, they will fix that. They're definitely on the way to making a lot of changes like that. So I am looking forward to that. I think that they're well on their way to some very interesting and compelling changes. It doesn't make it again. Okay, there. If it doesn't make it again, I don't know what. Should definitely be making it each time. Perhaps I shouldn't use this one, but instead use our little bevel that we created here. So we'll move this over. Just want to make clear that this is an output, so I'm going to move it way down. And then I'm going to take this, drop it there. That is better. Okay, so for our color, we'll start with black. I guess we need to auto level this. That looks super evil. Don't worry, we'll fix that in a second, but I just want to see what it looks like on the eye. Perfect. Gorgeous. Make it a one-time purchase that might just move people to try it. Then the tutorials will come. It's free. I think people would be happy to support it. They just knew about it. I think a lot of people are quite tired of Adobe. Excuse me. Wrong. On the bevel. Or I need to invert it, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, because height should go up, and yeah. Cool. Cool. Now I have some depth to the eyes, which looks really dope. And the eyes are too small. So let's go ahead and go here. Make them at least twice as big. And then we'll go to the colors. What color are your eyes? Ooh, they're very interesting colors. Take this, transform. We'll turn off this, set it to clamped, and set the transform to 0.5, say 0.5 for now. Drop that into a blends opacity mask like this. Put this here, put that there. And we got a nice eye shape, maybe a little bit less locked in. There. And then we'll do filter blur. Blur. Then for the colors, got some fun ones to sample here. Do that. And the red should be it's kind of blue purple. Should be far more saturated. Sample that because it's in the way. There. Something a little bit closer to that. We'll have to tweak it a little. Don't need that. Well, yeah, I don't need that. And yeah, let's get rid of that one. But oh, my god, that's annoying. You're gonna have to make me redo this whole thing. Okay. We'll just sample this one as well, right? There. Save. Export. I mean, would it be good if they charged maybe access to a library of material or something? Blender has investors, but a program like this they could use to help keep growing. Love me that free stuff, though. 100%. Blender's in an interesting position when it comes to shading, though, because they do have a very fully featured shading system, but just not necessarily with this in mind. More for VFX in like a video game or something. Still a little starey. As I say, we still double the main size even more. What about there? That feels better. And what I'd like is this to be blurred just a little softness on the edge. And then some like kind of iris texture in the middle. Something to make it feel a little bit more realistic. That soul-sucking stare adds to the monster look. Ooh, crunchy. Why are we getting odd sampling there when I turn up the quality? That must be the parallax height mapping. No, it's the actual texture. So what's wrong with it? Why is it like that? I'm exporting 16 bits. Is it actually that crunchy? No, not really. Hmm. Interesting. All right, let's give it just a little bit of detail. Blur the edge a little. So for that, we'll create that reroute. Or no, we already have it. Right here. I'll take a blur. I think for this gradient map, we have a little bit more of a border there. All right, beautiful. Now we can lay in a few other effects before we put in the iris. So I think we'll start with a noise. Voronoi. Actually, no, we'll do a anisotropic noise. I believe there should be a radial one. Hmm. I have a radial gradient. I guess I could use a gradient like this, circular gradient, and then we can plug that into an actual gradient map. And in here, we can repeat the fuck out of it, but that's a little annoying. I have a count, position, resolution. Wish I could just feed a noise into there. That would be really nice. Um, hmm. Here we go. Shape mapper. It's like there's gotta be a way. So I think we can just take this into here. Yeah, it's beautiful. And in our radius, we can move a little bit bigger, I suppose. And then the outer radius would be something right about there. And then we could get a blend. Drop this onto the foreground, this into the background. And then set this to multiply. Ah, other way. This one should go here. Yep. I have to plug this. I always have to plug the color in first, otherwise it gets weird. Maybe an overlay instead. I'm to keep reusing this as the mask. All right, a little weird looking. Let's turn up that softness. Let's that soul sucking stare. This is my opinion. It's easier to understand than making things in substance. 100%. 100%. I don't disagree with you at all. Ridge noise, it's a little too sharp, I think. Let's do Voronoi. Why not? And we'll tile it a little. Yeah. You know what? I will just keep it as black. Let's add last touch, a blur. There. There. A stronger border. Well, whoa. That really changes the whole look. Fascinating. Because this blur is getting fed into this gradient map, and the gradient map has this really strong edge, so we have to push it back a little. Probably something right there. Still a little strong. Let's push it back a little bit more. And I think the iris should be bigger. Iris pupil. I think the pupil should be bigger. Ooh, that's fun. Love the side look where you can kind of feel the depth. Super cool. Super satisfying. All right. What next? So pretty cool. Let's adjust maybe maybe add a matte cap to the eyeball. Give it an additional texture of some sort, an additional pop. Something like that, so they look a little glassier. Cool. All right, now we're going to go to Painter, and we're going to work on the inside of the eye socket. And we're going to add a template flat right here. VR chat time! Welcome back, Yoshi. You know what? We'll actually use shadow right there. Hold the famous IP address. We'll do duplicate this one. I'll get rid of that. Well, no, delete that. Add a paint right here. Gonna paint in the eye socket. Yeah, we're gonna manually paint it in. Not necessarily ideal to manually paint it in, but it will give us a little bit more freedom in the long run. Right. So you're just getting into VR chat, or you already were in VR chat? Luigi. I feel sorry for his cousins. That's fucked up. And now we're going to filter blur. It should be a little darker. Yeah, there we go. So we're missing the ambient occlusion. There we go. Nice. That looks pretty good. Now let's turn on some of these gradients. This one will be for the mouth. Yeah. Right about there. Turn off hardness. Gorgeous. All right, eyebrows. With some choppers. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That looks good. That looks very good. A lot brighter. Ugh. It would still be nice to have a shadow on top of the head for where the hair touches. So I think we'll make a custom layer. We'll call this hair shadow. We'll delete everything out of paint, move it down here. Might switch that to a 3D paint in a moment, but for now we're going to start painting it. We're going to have to kind of guesstimate this a little bit. Turn up that blur. Switch it to a 3D blur. It's an add-on I bought. Oh, beautiful. That is coming together quite nicely. I think we'll want to make the hair darker now and fix up the normal bake on it. So let's close Instamat for right now. I'm going to look at the color. I'm going to add a template, flat, curve AO up top. This will be the start of some shadowing, which already, boom, look at how much better that looks immediately. Curvature, we're going to kind of adjust, see what kind of results we can get just from that. There we go. More like that. Get down. And add the ambient occlusion back. This one. A little too strong. I might actually do one pass with that. Turn that down. Duplicate it again. Turn it back up. And then adjust that balance. So we're just in the crevices again, lower it again, and then turn it down. So get some nice range with that effect. Save. And file. Export. Export. A lot better. Excuse me. Excuse me. Dog's barking at me. All right, let's go back to the body. I'm going to add some shadows to the ears. Duplicate this, call this ear shadow. Add a mask, add a paint, and the paint, we'll paint the ears. Right in there, so something like that. Then we'll kind of blur it. Filter, blur, nice and soft. Whatever. And then on top of this, we'll add a generator ambient occlusion, which we'll set to subtract, I believe, or no, multiply. Subtract worked really well. Okay, and that way we can pull out the shading just for the ear in a very targeted way, because I don't really want super strong ambient occlusion. For the most part, I just want a little bit. Enough to give it some depth. All right, export textures too. Cool. All right, so now what? Now what? Well, we're missing some other objects. So let's add those, non-big. It seems a little off with color there. I wonder if go ahead, get rid of the mirror here. Which one's correct? These ones are correct. Let me delete these. And then we'll add another mirror. Well, we could subdivide first, that doesn't really matter. Then I'd like to use the mirror foot. Combine these. That should be good. What about the toes? Basically need to do the same thing here. Beautiful. That looks quite good. Okay, let's get some darker shadows on the paws there. Ooh, that looks crunchy. Where's that getting moved to onto the claw? We'll have to rebake that. All right, go here. Hmm. Shit, I deleted one of the claws. With a cat eye. I deleted the bean and the claw. The bean and the claw. Let's go back to non-bake. I'm gonna take this and this. No, this. Duplicate and separate. This one. Duplicate and separate. We got these two. We're gonna send them over to body low poly. Non-bake. Body low poly. Body high poly. Okay, we'll go to frame 0. Actually, no. We'll go frame here. Select those. Frame 0. I. Frame here. Alt G. G Y. All right. That will work. So now on the body baker, we will first export the low poly. Then the high poly. And then the cage. They don't need the extra duplicates. the low poly. So let me re-export the low poly in the cage one more time after removing the double mirror. That's the cage. And that's the low poly. Man, setting up the GeoNode stuff, it does take a bit of time, but it has saved me a lot of time already, so. Save, and load please. Okay. Ooh, yes. Yes. All right. Save. We're gonna export again. This won't really look terribly different, but our UVs are now fixed, so that's good. A little bit of crunchiness right here. Crunch, crunch. Probably clean that up with the cage. But first, let's add some darker shadows. So, on the beans. So let's go ahead, enter the bean zone here. We're gonna add a dark shadow. This is perfect because it's already on top to bottom. It's kind of exactly what we want. We want a shadow on the top, combined with our ambient occlusion. Okay. Seems a little too strong. You see the sampling's really fucked up right there. So we'll actually add a paint. Go in and remove the body selection because it shouldn't have that. Yeah, actually, let's go back to the baker really quick. All right. So on our shadows layer, we have the ear shadow, hair shadow, gradient shadow. I'm gonna make one for the finger, claw, let's say claw, finger. And we're going to take it. Put it right on the finger. Oh, I see. It's quite turned. Let's see what we can do to work with that. Let's zoom out as far as possible. So now here's the shadow. There we go. Go. Back to substance one more time. So we'll do another kind of blur ambient occlusion. But we'll start the other way this time. So take the ambient occlusion and blur it a bunch, kind of change the balance because I want to see it extend from where where things were touching here. So I want to grow that. Influence a little. Maybe a contrast and blur. We just kind of lose stuff there. So let's set it back to 1. No, I'm just going to reset it completely. And then use a filter bevel. And turn up the smoothness, uniform, right about there. That looks good. Then we'll use a paint set to multiply and just select everything so we don't see it anywhere now. But that will give us the ability to paint it in wherever we want. So, fingertips. will be contact shadow. Do this in a few other spots, like right here. That's a little too crunchy. All right, I guess just right there. Everything else seems a little too crunched. Too crunchy. Yeah, that feels nice. Just a little pop right there. All right, now we'll want to put one on the claws. So we're going to go down here, copy this one again, paste it, call it claw. This one should be pretty simple. And then for context shadow, we'll call this claw finger. I'm going to duplicate that and do context shadow claw toes. We'll go to the paint layer for here, mask out everything again. Go to toes. Now we're going to want to use our bevel. I'm going to tweak that distance. Something a little bit more like that. My eyeball. Okay. Sleepy. I'm going to switch this to face select, grab this whole thing, and then remove from this guy. Then we got a lot to paint out. Crunchy. Oh yeah. Oh, you don't want this crunchiness in there, but everything else looking super good. Mm. Mm. Anything else? Just need to rebake that. A little strong, a little messy, but it does feel better. need to push down the shadow on the bean again. Shadow on the bean. There's a shadow on the bean. Time for food and a movie. Have a nice rest of your day, all. Sounds good, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Thank you for hanging out. And see you tomorrow for Thursday. Feels like a Friday to me, even though it's definitely not. It's a little more form on there. A little messiness on the side. Interesting. I don't see that there. And I don't see it here. What is that? Where is it coming from? Excuse me. All right. Ooh. We made some very solid progress. Getting very close to done with the character. Ugh, tired. Pretty. Oh, thank you, Popstar. Let's turn our attention to the clothing. All right, look at these colors. I think for the dress, what we need is kind of a slightly darker border. So we're going to take a template flat. By the way, the template flat stuff that I'm using is custom. I just saved smart presets. Just a color only layer in a folder with a mask on it. That's it. There really isn't anything else to it. This way we can start, we can just give the dress a little bit of an edge on the seams. That'll help pop it off the body. I may even do 2 of these. One this level and another one at a much higher smoothing angle. And I guess I would need to set this to multiply. I don't know. Wait. Then I guess we need to filter. Well, that's confusing. Filter, invert it, then copy and paste again to do this same thing. That's weird. That doesn't feel right. There's gotta be a simpler way to do this bevel. I guess I could do filter edge. Let's see. I think it's a generator actually. Outline. Oh, here we go. UV border. Perfect. Off topic, I forgot to ask you before, when you square the UVs, how do you avoid the stretching? There's no way to avoid stretching perfectly. So, like you notice the difference here between this pattern repeating there versus repeating up here. There's some stretching on the corner of the breast there. There is no way to avoid that 100%. You really just kind of have to embrace it. So you're always trading off one thing for another when it comes to UV maps. If you make them perfectly square, you avoid blurry edges, and it gives you something easier to paint. But the trade-off is potentially stretching in other spots. However, you also, since you align your square with the grid, it's very easy to put tiling textures on there, even if they are stretching. So you kind of are just kind of juggling a few different things. I don't think that's terribly off topic. I mean, we're looking at UVs right now. You gotta kind of see when to leave them and when to stretch them. Then exactly. So there's always a bit of a. Just gotta see what's working and adapt. So Adrian, for some reason the bones on the hair and ears of my character doesn't work in Unity, even though I selected them for auto rig, export, and all. So you're saying that they're are no bones on the Unity side of things. So your hair and ear bones don't exist at all. So when I'm working with AutoRig Pro, which I have right here, I just think I need to update this. Thankfully, no. If I have a custom bone, we'll just go to make a new layer, move it up here, and we'll call it. I don't want to parent it, I just want to move it up. Oh, custom. If I make a bone, there's a few different ways to let AutoRig Pro know that I want this bone. So the first is just by naming it. And this, what you want to do is let AutoRig Pro know, hey, this is a custom bone. It should be included on export. So you can name cc underscore bone. So the important part is the first cc underscore. If you put that in front of your bone name, then it will be included on export. Additionally, you can mark bones to be included. So if I go into pose mode, so I'm in pose mode now, and I go down to, where is it? All right, it's perfect. AutoRig Pro export. I can just tell it, hey, this is a custom bone. Boom. Now I have set this bone to be a custom bone. And I believe you can see now, before this didn't exist, but now there's this little property called CC that's attached to the bone. So you don't really need to worry about this. If you want to export it, you can either set custom bone by selecting it, and that allows you to name it whatever you want. Or I just always name it properly. So CC bone I want to export. So hopefully that helps. But those are the two ways to export bones. I think there's a third way. It might just be adding the custom property, which is what it does for you. Yeah, I would recommend naming them. If that's too much work, then go into the AutoRig Pro and set them. All right, so now we're going to work on the glasses. I'm going to call this edge highlight. We're going to add a curvature. Oops, not to there, to my mask. And it should allow us to get the edges. Yep. Not all the edges, but most of them. And then we'll set it to like a lighter yellow gold color. Something like that. And then we'll just blur it. And then as well, I will take this world space, drop it here, go into the world space values we're using, top to bottom, and invert it, and then make this dark. I'll set this to, we'll just use custom colors right now. Go into a gold, dark gold color. All right. That should help give us some nice looks. Beautiful. And then for a lens, drop in a template flat again. I wanted to use the curve AO to get a highlight, but now I know there's a better option, which is, let's edge. UV edge. And we'll add a generator for the UV border. Oh, I have to give it a color. Red. Oh. Smooth it. Turn down that distance. Not too much smoothing, just a little bit of smoothing. I like that. And this, still want it to be see-through. A little dark. Export. Look good. Oh, 4:31 already, my goodness. All right, she's looking super high quality. That looks messy. Let's just continue to add a little bit more detail. I want the back of this bow tie to be dark. So use a not a planar gradient. We'll use a world space. Actually, grab the planar gradient though, because I want from whatever. That one. This one. We'll do front to back, and then invert it. Make it dark. Set it to multiply. Nice shadow on the back side. Don't really want it on the back. You know, that's not too bad. Let's just see what that looks like. That gives it. Keep forgetting you make that rig right at the beginning. Yes, I have my template character. There's probably still a lot of rigging that will need to happen. But pretty good. But perfect. It works. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Adrian. All right, let's start looking at the final thing we need to include on this character, the most complex thing, the wings. So looking at this, whoa, getting flipped around. Only data set material. Oh no, I'm using an instance, so they should all be the same material. For the feather, ooh, I'm just going to apply that curve. Actually, don't even need this middle thing. That'll save me a chunk of time. Okay. So now we do the challenging stuff. We're going to make some feathers. Seclude it for now. Cool. Wow, dang, that's a lot more optimized than I thought. 57,661 with those wings. Damn. All right. I wasn't sure where we'd end up. Or I knew we would be under 70,000, but that's even better than I thought. Might be missing some stuff. I am missing some stuff. All right, 61,000. That sounds more reasonable. Why are these? Why are these floating? Ooh. Are they floating? What happened to them? Okay, we'll just have to reset those by hand or extract them from an older version. For now, yeah, extracting them from an older version will be simpler. This is my entire character. That's my 57K. Regalsew. Hello, Christian. Hello, hello. Aurelgasew? Aurelgasew. Sorry, I'm just goofing. So time to figure out these textures. We're going to make one more material. Terminado por encuentros. Finished in time? Well, hello. Did you finish a project? Tu terminas un proyecto? Ah, I'm so bad at Spanish. It's bad. All right, so now we got the full might of the wings. And we're going to use a skinned shader. Set to 75 to start that. Now we've got the start of a texture. The very, very beginning. You know what we're going to do? We're going to bust open Instamat Studio one more time. Ugh. Go. Close that. New element graph. This is going to be better. And we're going to make a new element image. We'll call it base color. And then we're going to make a shape. I'm going to do a box. We'll do a box, rounded box to start with. And we'll make it thin. That. Then we'll round it. And it's just an oval. Might as well just use a shape or a circle at that point. Circle. Looks like my thumb fingers don't close properly. So when you're working on your rig, there's two things you need to keep in mind while you're editing it. So your fingers should first have like a little bit of a bend. So you want to make sure that each knuckle kind of has a little bit of a bend, because that will help AutoRig Pro know what direction you want it to bend. Additionally, each bone also has something called a roll right here. So if I'm in the item, I'll just clip this if I'm going too quickly. But each one has a roll. And if you go into the data or armature viewport, you can turn on axes. And you want your Z pointed up because it rotates on the X, right? So your finger is going to rotate, or your finger bone is going to rotate on the X axis. And you can think of the Z as up. So that will give you a better idea of how you're supposed to position your fingers in order for them to bend properly. For my thumb, a lot of times, this character is still a work in progress. A lot of time, my roll will be like this. So actually more like, oops, that's the wrong thing. Like that. Because the thumb is basically 90 degrees to your hand, right? So your fingers go this way and your thumb goes that way, which is about 90 degrees difference. Quick way to change is change one. So I'm going to change the one closest there. Select the rest, armature. Recalculate. Calculate. Bone settings. No, where is it? Something. Recalculate roll. Bone roll. Recalculate roll. Active bone. Bone. So now they all adjusted to follow that active bone. So hopefully that helps. A lot of times it's trial and error. And then the final thing I'll say about that is usually at the end of the day, when I'm in Unity in VR chat, I still create a custom animation for the hand to actually just like say that the hand should be in exactly this position. So you want to make sure your bone rolls are good, but when I finally get around to uploading my character, I still do create a um, a whole animation for each gesture, whatever gestures you want to do. Rock and roll, point, thumbs up, those kinds of things. When you import the high and low into Substance, the broken low/high mesh versions have the same coordinates in Blender, right? Not sure what you mean by broken, but if you're exporting with the same settings, then they should be in the same spots. Really hope so, because it would mean I need to take them all back to ZBrush for sculpting individually in the broken apart model. Oh, the exploded version? As long as, again, it's just your export settings that are going to determine the coordinate system. So you should be good. Fingers crossed. Should be good. Might need to make a geonodes for this. We'll just start with this for now. The feather, file, export. Go here, texture, wings. And we'll say small feathers. Select the folder. Small. All right. Then in our color and texture, we take the wing, take the small feather, and we drop that right there. Interesting. Cool. Really hard to see what's going on here. Let's add a very slight gradient just so we can see. I'll make a blend. Take a gradient, linear. We will do this and that to get this. Getting rid of these groups, setting the background to transparent. That didn't work. And because I could have. And you know what? I think we'll want this inverted. Ooh. Looking so fluffy already. Floopy. Very cool. Um, Now for character here, the fluff does have a specific color. It says orange color. So we'll delete this and add a gradient map right here, which is always so stupidly set up because that's just what Instamat loves. Boom. Very fun. I'm really enjoying that. Go to the wing. I will add this back so I can give it a slight scallop. Um, hmm. For the curve. For the curve. On the wings. These ones here. Let me... I can select... Okay, perfect. So I want these. These. And I want them to be linked to just one of them. Say object, link, object data. Perfect. And that way, when I work on them, I can do this really simply. Will not be 100% correct, but it will be a little bit better. We're going to need a different texture for these feathers here. Damn, they look cool though. They do look cool. I'm thinking that we can have one, we can just split the texture in half. Or we could even do like one section for repeating. The main feather, and then the end of the repeating section. So thirds. In order to create optimal feathers. See some sort of banding happening here. Looks fucking dope though. All right, let's turn on some reflection specular. They do not need to be very smooth. And we'll give the specular a tint. Because it looks bad otherwise. Trying to figure out how you're exporting the exploded model without making two copies, one for the low, one for the high mesh, because I thought they needed to be in the same place for the cage to work. I think I have I always have three meshes, three final FBX files. My high poly, my low poly, and my cage. Those are the three different mesh files. So I do always have a copy for the high poly mesh. No, I'll make if I'm doing the exploded versus the clipped one, the one that's together, then I'll also have two versions. So that I'd have six files total. Three for the exploded version and three for the non-exploded version. So in Blender, there's still one mesh because what I'm doing is, so for example, in here, I'm just using a keyframe. Using a keyframe, so I have my clipped version on frame 1. I've created an animation keyframe for that. Right here. Ignore the other ones. All that matters are these ones right here. So that's together, and then that's the next one is apart. I don't know why. There should be more that I'm seeing. There we go. So together and apart. Together, apart. And I just keyframe their positions, making sure that their actual object origin, this little dot here in the middle, that's always set to 0. So if I ever need to reset them manually, it's always going back to the same spot. Oh, those look good. Those look good. Dang. Nice. Because you're only using Blender and the mesh is both the low and high, you don't need to make a copy for each version. No, in the end, I'm still exporting. In Blender, I don't need. In Blender, I still have a high poly and a low poly. The exception being the hair. That was what I set up that geometry nodes thing. I don't want to get too convoluted, but there are separate versions there. I don't want to throw too much at you if you're working through this, but anyway, if you have any questions, definitely let me know. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that looks so good. Holy shit. I love that. Zoom, 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 zoom. Shiny feathers. Delicious. Already mixing in the base color, so that doesn't do anything. I'm gonna cry when you tell me those wings try count. We're at 16,000 for the wings, which is a lot, but certainly less than it could be. There's a way where I can select, should be able to limit my selection to only, here we go. I want to only be able to select curves, right? Cry face. Oh, why can't I adjust all of them at once? Motherfucker. Okay. That's annoying. Okay, so let's not worry about that. Let's take the actual mesh. And what we'll do is actually just make it a little thicker. I don't know why there's 3 of them there. All right, looking good, looking sharp. Why does it flip the middle ones around? What the fuck? That's annoying. I'll have to take a closer look at what's going on there. Balls. Balls! Hello, Dara. Welcome. We're working on some wings. Excuse me. Jinhua. Hello. Let's go to the body. Cat wings. We're gonna add miso. We're gonna do it with the metallic as a color. Should help it. Should mask it to just these metallic pieces, which is cool. So we have a little bit of a cut there. I think if we let's turn that down, mix base color. Let's get that nice sheen. Nice sheen on there. Helps kind of pop it. I think I like it going the other way. I'll do a little bit of offset. Oh, it's based on the UV direction. Well, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay. Then I will not use the anisotropic, and instead we'll use a matte cap. I think we'll just use let's use a gradient. And like this. Okay, that just gives it a little extra shine. That I think there's just a lot of shiny stuff on here, so I'll kind of push it too. Give it a little shine too. All right. Oh, my knee. I like Unity more and more by watching. It's not too bad. It's got some problems. Well, any game engine, you're gonna have your pros and cons. I do like it though. I think it's good. All right, we're gonna save that. We're gonna go over to our Instamat. And I would like to make a feather. Let's try guided scatter. So I took a shape and I dropped it in there, we'd get that. Unity rant suppressing. So we can use so there's pattern. Not what I want. What I want is something like mesotropic. Okay, I see how to do it. We're gonna do a stripe. This is gonna be a little interesting. We're gonna do a stripe. We're gonna do or gradient. Linear. I don't know if I need a linear gradient for this, but that's what we'll use. Like this, we'll do auto contrast. And I'll set contrast to 1. Right. Output levels, that's so okay. Box 1 1 and then transform 5. That's what we want. That's what we want. We want the background to be black and the foreground to be white. And then we can take this and we can form by flipping it. I want to flip it. I don't want to rotate it. We'll do a scale of -1. And then we'll do a blend of foreground, background, mask. Like that. Now we can turn these stripes way up. Say 0 tilt. Reroute image. Drop that in here and here and here. Because now I'd like to, we're gonna do a transform again here, where we pilot a bunch, let's say 5.5, and then we rotate it 45 degrees. Okay, so now we've got feather pattern. Oh, that's hard to look at. Damn. Um, actually, I still want that gradient. What we'll do, we got our stripe, we got our gradient map. Go ahead and blend these again. With this on top. And we'll set this to multiply. Cool. And then we can kind of just lower the opacity a little bit to get something a little more appealing. Now, when we export this, we should have something like a feather pattern. A little odd looking, but it's just the beginning. Take the count up, double it, 60. That should be quite thin. And we can kind of adjust our width here to be like that. This. I don't quite understand why that's so strong. No softness. Take a blur. Just drop it in here. And then say 1, maybe 2. There we go. That's more like what we're looking for. Okay. Now, what? I could try to make something that perfectly right now at this point it just continues up. What we'd want is something that rotates, right? We want a little rotation there. So what we can do is circular scatter. And we can take this same initial pattern here, drop that in there. Or no, not. Gradient circular, no, it's I think that might have been it. Circular scatter. What did I use on the other one? The I uses shape mapper. Ah, blood film, shape map, triangular. Mapper. Ooh, polar mapper. Those are all very powerful. For now, we just want shape mapper, which does have a few options. And we're going to use this. We're going to say width or inner radius 0, width maximum. Boom, and we get, well, that's actually not what I meant to make, but it's cool. I guess we'll need another transform. Right. I think I have to break up my transform a little bit because I rotate and scale in the same one. I think I actually need to, on this one, only only scale with 0 rotation. Then this one will only rotate. That way I can feed it into this mapper. Or into another transform that does rotate it by 90 degrees. Wow, that's odd. That is very odd. I think that that's too strong. I have to use this one. It just gets too strong otherwise. Too strong. Starts doing this really weird fractal, which is pretty cool, honestly. I mean, that looks really fascinating. Okay, I think the reality is simply that we just need another stripes for our over here. Something until we can. Interesting. But then the problems do seem to start immediately. Funny. Hmm. Oh. That's pretty cool. I do like that. But what the fuck? I guess hopefully that's just small enough that it actually doesn't matter. It definitely reaches a point where it's just too thin. Okay. Okay. Then we wouldn't want shape mapper. We would actually want that circular scatter. Because we can just use a box Okay, this makes more sense. Because the other one was squishing it as it got closer to the center. There is no need for that. Okay. So we go up to something like that. Let's say, I don't know, 60. Make them a little bit thinner. Okay. And then we can get a box. Rotate it 45 degrees. Something like that. And we can change this to grayscale, so we can use it like a mask. This can also be, oh, well, no, I can't because I need to use alpha to blend it. So I would just go to grayscale, I suppose. Perfect. And then we want to invert. Then here, we've got that. We'll want to blur very softly, not like this. All right, doesn't look too different. And then we'll need another blend. And we'll take this image, put it on top of this one, using this as the mask. Okay. First things first, we want to adjust this position until we get something a little bit closer to center. Then we need to take the width here. Here. And we'll set this to 0.2, 0.1. Decent. Then we'll take our circular count. How many are we going to make? We're going to make that 50. Let's get the blur, take that out. It's better without the blur. Then 200. Okay, close. Then we want to adjust this one again. There's got to be a way to figure out that distance exactly. Oh, geometry. Equilateral triangle. No, not equilateral. Whatever. I'll figure it out at some point. Doesn't quite matter. Now we would also like to transform the position of the circle itself. So that I don't have this big spot right there. And then we can that does not look great. It's still kind of the same issue. It just there's not enough resolution. Actually, not enough resolution for it. Oh, we have two blurs. That could be part of the problem. But it still seems to squish. Can't tell if that's an optical illusion or not. Anyway, let's see what this looks like down here. I wonder if I could. Squish it more. Still pretty obvious it's a totally different pattern. Perhaps if we warped the box. Sorry, Sam, for the class you made for her, did you even use high polys? I did. Remember you said even on the teeth you did for the normals, so the class also merit highs. And that's totally up to you. You know, it's up to whether or not it changes what you want for the final look. I do bake them. But again, that's kind of your prerogative. Perhaps we blur this. It does seem a little bit better. Not perfect, but improved. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Does look better. Yeah, yeah. I'm saying because I didn't see you sculpt any detail on those high, so maybe there's something I'm missing when you say you do it with normals. It just had a subdivision surface. So the subdivision surface will still bake better normals. So no sculpting needed for simple shapes like that. Do feathers jack up the triangle count ridiculously? It is quite high because of this, but not as crazy as it could be. We're at like 16,000 for the wings, 17,000. So it's high, but not too much. Getting there. It's getting there, but it's nothing crazy yet. I would like to cut the edge. Break up the little edge on these. How to do that? So I think we need to take this pattern. And we're going to blend it with this one. probably after doing some stuff to it. Let's say multiply. Also take this one and semicolon. And then invert it. Then also blend this. See. This way we can extract the edges. And then we do one more blend with this as the background. And the foreground, no. Do I need to invert this? Just add it. See what we get. I think we just invert this again. Like that. Shouldn't have copied this blend. Perfect. Okay. Now we've got some sort of edge cut that we can levels to make sharper. Just want to sharpen up those points at the edge. Want to sharpen up them points. Let's just see what this looks like. All right, I feel like they look a little softer. Look kind of scalloped in a way. But they do look soft. Cool. I think that did help. Nice. Let's get a thing in the middle. We'll take this transform it. We'll squish it in like this way and like that way, turning off the sampling so that we get clamped and clamped, and then we will do blur bevel. Okay, just a little. We'll also add an edge action. That should be a little soft too. Of course, that doesn't do it, but okay. A little softer. All right, so got our beveled version. Looks good. We're also going to get our, we'll do that in a second. So we want to blend this. Onto this one, like that. So we're going to add this little stripe on there. Right now it has this stupid image there. It always does. We don't want that stupid image there. So we're going to add a gradient map and get rid of that. We'll go ahead and sample some of the colors we can see right here. Just like that. To say some of these colors. That will be darker. This one will be the same color, but lighter. That, and then this goes right there. Cool. Looks pretty good. We'll also do one more blend. Sorry, sometimes I'm clicking and it just doesn't do anything. And we'll set this to subtract. Low opacity, but just something for the middle there. I'm going to use our opacity mask. It's not much softer. The softness is about the same. I guess I could have. It seems like it should be softer. Whatever. Do that. Take this value. So just lower the saturation. Push that around a little. Oops. It doesn't save the gradient history. Why? I don't know. Just doesn't. Another blur right here. Another blend. Just want to blur this final edge, which I think is this one. This this is the final one that blends, so we'll do a blur. We set a blur right there onto that one. And we don't need a lot. I mean, it's so sharp. Why is it so sharp? Cool. That looks way too strong. I'll make it a lot thinner. And yeah, just a lot thinner. Would be good. Yeah. Even that's probably still a little too dark. Um, what's making it dark? Is it this one? Beautiful. A little dark up here. Does a feather tip go all the way to the top? No. Pretty close though. That looks pretty fucking cool. Oh, man, my brain is maximum firepower right now. Oh, it's all the Red Bull. Oh. I think that looks amazing. Very pleased with how this is coming out. All right. For the clothing, I'm going to turn on back face call off so we can see the back of the dress. That looks a lot better. Now we can see the lenses through the other side too. What might be nice is baking onto the body the shadow of the dress and just having that on a decal. Just something to slightly darken the body when the dress is on. That'd be kind of like the final detail we need. That's a little crunchy. Thank you, Popstar. Got a little bit more shadowing on the nostril there. I mean, I kind of like that it's so subtle. All right, this is a good time to end it. We did a full day working on our character here. And it's time to call it. I need to make some dinner, start getting ready for bed because it was a long day. We're very close to finish with her, which will be nice because I do need to make. I'm prioritizing her because I need to make sure I get paid this week. I need to get some money in this week. We're almost done with her, so I figure we'll finish her and then turn our attention back to the other avatars plus some new ones starting probably Friday if we finish her tomorrow. I think we're very close to finish with just rigging and stuff. There's a good chance we'll finish her early tomorrow. Really good so far. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you. And I wish you all well with your projects. Thank you all for hanging out today, this evening. If you need anything from me, definitely reach out, samdutter@gmail.com. I'm open for commissions, mentorships, or just samdutter.com. Definitely check it out. But thank you all, chat. Hope you all have an amazing evening, day, morning. Good luck to your projects as well. Good idea to charge for it, lol. Yeah, that's important. It's important. But I do hope you all have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you tomorrow. We're going to finish this AVI. See you then. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. Bye, y'all. Bye.